have a bad stream title, but what can I do?
Oh, good luck.
Thanks.
go for it there.
Ramada 31, you are lacking really bad. Please fix. Please go into the pits and fix.
Is he on a worn tires or what?
I'm not
Brakes so
sure.
early. But weird moves before the brakes. Again in the middle.
That's fast zone. No doubt.
Ah. He's moving late on the brakes.
Yeah.
First he goes in the middle and and then moves like at the start of the braking. Yeah, feels like he's on one of tires. Or is just so slow.
Yeah, it's weird since they did change driver and they should be, roughly on the same schedule as we are.
Look how quickly I closed him.
Yeah.
Whoa. Little lock up.
They have been 12 laps on track since last pit stop. Three laps. That's gonna win.
Phew. Oh. Got him.
Nice.
fuck. Yeah, go ahead.
Or four. Focus this lap. Taken off tires. Walk.
The lap was a 2:02.04.
Right, then.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll go with the hard front left as well. Freedom to choose now instead of like we did not have that luxury for the start.
No. The weather is not so great. I see it.
Yeah.
There's a spotting car in after the kink on the straight. Please be careful. Please slow down. It's a yellow flag. Please slow down. All clear again. All clear again.
happened to Roy?
There was some pile up. 8 laps.
Copy.
Whoa! Before
Whoa.
I was a little scared by what was happening, but yeah.
Car.
Five laps.
Yes.
car is great.
Nice.
I'm starting to feel the wear now. 15%.
Yeah. How do you think about the final stint? If it's about 18 minutes as it stands now,
Oh,
can we do it without a tire change? I mean, you can lose almost a second per lap nursing the tires, and we'll still come ahead instead of
with
the
a
tire.
little lower temp, maybe.
Yeah.
If I save the tire a lot.
There's a slow car on track. Please be careful. It's heading down on the main straight. Car's heading into sector 2 now at the bridge. Car's in the carousel now.
Almost. Yeah. Oh, amazing.
Thanks.
The lap was a 2:03.53.
And second.
For the cold breaks.
Halfway through, should be about 35.
Way too late on the brakes, he's ended in the gravel. Oh, dearie me. He went for it all there, he put it all on the line, and unfortunately he didn't turn up with the position.
In the gravel, but managed to keep it going, which is the main thing. That you're correct, completely outbraking himself, coming down towards Canada Corner and taking a trip through the gravel and all that time lost. We'll see what it is when you cross the start finish line next time round. 2 seconds pretty much lost by that excursion.
Disaster for Michi Hoyer. In the meantime, Petter Burlak has been closing up to Moritz Mell, and this is great news for Race Clutch. They've had such great pace today, half a second quicker than anybody else in qualifying, and they're quicker than everybody else in the race, it seems now as well. Out of turn 3 they now go. It's going to be a weave past the LMP2s now, but given the fact that everyone's got the same amount of pit stops to go, yes, but Burlak is only 25 seconds off the lead, and one of those pit stops remaining for Burlak is a splash and dash. Race Clutch are in a very strong position to take a second race win in a row and extend their championship lead further.
Yeah, and that's something you always want to do when you are in the championship, trying to gain points every single round. As you said, that may well happen here at Road America. 3 hours to go now, halfway through the race.
We are. So 3 hours down, 3 hours to go at the 6 hours of Road America. It's myself, you and Illyrian, Vidir Heatley for the next hour. And we're not short on action, certainly in the last few minutes here. I think a lot of the action is going to come from this Race Clutch car in the next hour as well, to be honest. 25 seconds up to the leader. I think they might be fancying their chances of overtaking all these cars on the road, never mind out-strategizing them.
Coming down towards, oh, was that the that GT car going wide voluntarily or not? I'm not quite sure.
I'm going to guess not, to be honest. It was the RKT car of Jean Couton who was a bit wide. Thankfully they've reattached that rear wing to the McLaren and they're back on the road again, but they're 7 laps down on the race leader João Asensio. I don't know if we saw the actual pass for the race lead in the end, but the gap is up to 9 seconds now to Dennis Zitek. Visceral Esports are in such a strong place.
Yeah, as you said, very, very strong there for the Visceral car. 9.5 seconds, almost 10 seconds ahead now. And well, we saw earlier the Visceral cars were what, 1-2 in the GT3 class. They appear to be the cream of the crop here at Road America today. Just got to see if that maintains throughout the second half of the race. But if we have a look at that battle again, for third position overall, Hoyer already closing that gap down to under a second.
He's clearly quicker than Benjamin Gilsinski at this stage, but he is just finding it very difficult to work his way past at the moment. There's the gap in real terms, just less than a second already. Maybe the bit of free track they've got is helping them out, has been helping Hoyer out recently. In fact, there's the next bit of traffic is working its way into the final corner right now, so they might have most of the next lap free as well. I think Michi Hoyer will have been hoping that he was closer to the back of Gursinski at this chance, so that he could maybe make use of the lack of traffic, because it hasn't been so kind to him in the past. But now he's struggling to even get on terms. Here we go, over the line, and he should be closer again here in this fight for third place. And realistically, for his race, he's got to make lighter work of the Seawolf car and push on forwards.
Yeah, got to try and pass that car as fast as possible. Well, we tried that once already. We saw how that turned out, tripped through the gravel, but you are right, it does appear that this MH10 car is faster at the moment when compared compared to the Super Net race car, but passing is a completely different thing from catching up. Hoyer's got to try and complete that first part, the passing part, as you're coming round turn 5, then up the hill and round the blind left-hander at turn 6.
Yep, and through this section of corners again. On board with Hoyer now. Great view down low on one of these van walls to really get a sense of the speed that these are able to take on. Into turn 8 they go, and the carousel as well. Now then, difficult moments here. Are they all going to be able to get through? There's such a narrow window between that GT and the grass that they work it through. Will Giersinski get through on the BMW in time for the kink? Yes. And Mitsuo Hoyer does not, and so that gap will just extend. Oh, and the GT3 goes off the road. Might have even been a visceral car. Surely it wasn't the race leader.
No, it was the car in fourth. It was the other one.
Okay, well, they're still running fourth, to be fair, which is not much better, but even so. No accidents caused, so it's okay. And Hoyer will continue to try and close in. He just seems not able to get through at the moment. Maybe this battle will resume now, though. Maybe on the way towards turn 5. He's a bit too far back at this moment.
Coming down towards turn 1, 3.5 tenths, that gap now before coming through this fairly fast turn 1 actually. And really, there's not that many slow corners here at Road America. A lot of them are pretty medium speed.
Yeah, they are. It's very rarely low speed here. Depends somewhat whether you count sort of turn 8 and Canada corner and those kind of corners as low speed or medium speed, really. I would maybe go for low speed, but that's the only points really. And down here as well, of course, the biggest stop on the circuit, downhill. Strenuous on the brakes, but they'll get it pulled up in time. And actually, the two Go Team cars are getting closer together just behind them as well. So maybe this will be a 4 or 5 car battle for third place pretty soon, with Race Touch not far away either.
It could well be, and wouldn't that be tasty when that happens? The race leader of the LMP2 classes came in for its next stop. But yeah, Hoyer, that gap now under 3 tenths of a second.
Seems to have taken an age for Dennis Jordan. He's back again now, but Felix Neuberg is in the lead. How on earth have Team Iris got into the lead? I've got no idea. Patrick Szatkowski is now at the wheel of the Team Hyperion car, by the way. And Alex Sewell, by the way, is the new driver for Ferrari. How on earth are these gaps so big, and why on earth are Iris now in the lead? I don't quite understand that, I've got to be honest, but they've been so quick today. It may just be down to that. Maybe they haven't stopped yet, but I think they have.
That's a strategy call that may only really play out towards the end of the race when the checkered flag comes out. I think, maybe.
I'm trying to find out how far Szatkowski's back. So he's only 8 seconds, 8 seconds from Sewell, around 12 from Iris. That doesn't really explain the full story, but fair enough. They seem to have switched around in that class. Meanwhile, it's on-track battles only in the hypercar class here. Making their way under the bridge again, and now more traffic involved. Will that give Hoyer chances, or will that stop him from making moves? It's only stopped him in previous times. He'll switch back to the inside again though, but he wasn't quite as close as he was last time he did that. Giersinski locks up a little bit on the brakes there to get it stopped in time, and Hoyer will look down the inside again at turn 6, but no, can't work his way past, and now the traffic takes effect.
Yeah, turn 6 possibly one of the more difficult cars to overtake on here at Road America, but perhaps using the traffic now as a pick, but Giersinski managed to get past all of the relevant traffic before the braking zone, which means that Hoyer couldn't really capitalise on that. Around the carousel, there isn't any traffic that I can see in the distance. Perhaps there's that car that should get that past that on the run down to Canada Corner, perhaps. This Porsche directly ahead. But yes, Hoyer again using as much selection as possible, sweeping around the outside the GT car, but passing it in such a place which means can't take the racing line for Canada Corner, and will resultantly fall back a little bit as we now got an extra team battle.
We do. Go Team Racing are now at nose to tail in the field too. Cosmo Prosciutto and Moritz Mell in 5th and 6th position. And there's the race car just in the background, although pretty heavy with fuel at this stage, and it does seem to be slightly weighed down by that at this stage. So a couple of pairs of battles in hypercar, which is great to watch. And still a long way to go in this race as well, but still no closer really to finding out who's going to be the race winner here. Simfreem are being closed in by Winchick Racing Team, although that gap's now 7 seconds. Simfreem had about a 12-second margin not so long ago. Gilsinski flashes the lights there, and was he on the grass there making moves in traffic? He may well have been, as he's feeling the pressure from Michi Hoyer behind.
Yeah, could well have been as trying, well, as you said, definitely feeling the pressure now as the Blackhawk car comes in from the lead of the GT3 class for its next pit stop. But yes, Hoyer is falling back just a little bit due to that traffic, 7/10 of a second now the gap for coming through the carousel. And you've got this LMP2 car, and not only that LMP2 car, so much more traffic as well.
Lots of on the grass for Hoyer, and there's a late dive down the inside from an LMP2. They just about get there in time, and Hoyer's got a great run on the grass. Wow! He's trying to pass on the grass on the way towards Canada Corner, and it's aggression again between these two. He spent so long behind that Michi Hoyer wants to get through by any means, and now he finally does. Into third position for Michi Hoyer. Fantastic driving so far from him, and finally works his way through on Benjamin Gilsinski, who stood up well in his defence, but finally has to give over the place. Great patch from Hoyer and bravery on the inside.
Yeah, Seawolf car to let off the throttle because there's a GT car right there at the kink. That allowed Hoyer the overspeed he needed in order to get side by side down towards Canada Corner, and more importantly the inside line at Canada Corner, and that means that Hoyer, that MH10 car, has been moved up into that final podium position for now. We did say earlier that that car appeared to be much faster than the Seawolf car. Got to see if that comes to fruition now that Hoyer has theoretically clear air, but look at all this, I'm not really quite sure about that. But right behind the Seawolf car, you still got these two Go Team cars.
Yeah, there they are in the traffic. the visceral BMW there, the current race leader, did not know which side of the road to take through that section there. It's so busy at this point. It's the Arnage car in 6th position just in front of them, by the way, which suggests that only 6 GT3s are actually on the lead lap at this stage. That's a very small amount at this stage in the race. Down on the brakes through turn 8 again. The traffic never ends. Moritz, contact! Contact of one of the LMP2s is off the road just in the background. I'm not sure which one it was, unfortunately, but it was contact with the likes of Tobias Hoffmann in the Arnage car, which now flashes the lights in disapproval as to what happened there. But it was so busy, everyone was involved in that.
I think it could well have been the number 41 Armed Cyber or the 50 Undercover Agent.
Well, they're both...
Not quite sure exactly which one. I think it
would
might
have
have been
been
one of those two.
Martino's not quite far enough up the order for that, so it did look like that car, but I don't think it was. Unless it went for a whole spin that I didn't see. I thought it just went around for a half spin into the grass.
Not sure.
No, I'm not sure. But very busy point on the track anyway. Thankfully for those hypercars, that has been all dealt with now. Intensity attack all over the road there in 4th position in GT3. A bit wide through turn 1 for him, but he's still doing okay. Back on the road again now. So the traffic doesn't really end for the hypercars here. There's still some more GTs in front of them to deal with, and Benjamin Gilsinski does just that. And at the moment, he's just keeping at least a car between himself and Go Team Racing.
Yeah, and that's the best thing to do if you want to not get past. Make sure that there's too many cars in between the two of you in order for there to be moves actually put onto you.
So this is a battle for 4th place now, and will continue to be on the circuit. So around the outside of the one Acco car for Gilsinski, another car between themselves and those behind, and so the gaps will increase just for the moment down in hypercar. In the other classes, and exactly closer at this stage in the race. Kamil Naoui is caught up to Arnage slightly as a result of those previous few moments, but that is the closest gap on the circuit, really. 6th place in GT3. Very much settling into a rhythm here with this one, but still with no real idea who's even leading in GT3. But Visceral do seem in a strong position with now a minute between 1 and 2. They only seem to be able to extend that margin further.
Yeah, it seems to be doing a pretty good job as it stands, but as you said, this battle appears to be close to the circuit, as we've got a couple of the LMH cars coming in, one of the Go Team cars, as well as that MH10 car. But yes, having a look at Hoffman and Noe here, coming through the final corner and up the crest once again. But yes, the Mercedes ahead, doing a good job holding off. We'll see what the gap is as they cross that finish line. 1.1 seconds the gap, so still a little bit of a gap, but obviously the Arnage car, we want that to be a lot more.
Yeah, so pit stops are beginning now in that fight for third place, so we have to go away from that for the next few moments, because it's not a lot's going to happen there in the near future until they'll come out the pit lane again, of course, and it may well resume depending on what they decide to do at this next pit stop. They're doing different things on strategy, then maybe they won't be so close anymore, but it seems that Michi Hoyo's gotten himself out of the pit lane a little bit earlier than the Go Team car, if it is indeed still Michi Hoyo at the wheel of his own car. It is indeed, so not only is he done the first 3 hours and a quarter, he's still going.
Which is impressive. Actually, having a look at the rules, if I have to look at the driving time rules, what are they? I think it's 70%.
80% of this race is just over 4 hours, I suppose, so you can't afford to quite go a lot for, so it'll be 4 hours and 24, I think, for this race. So that means it'll be fine, actually. So he'll be able to do one more stint, but he does need to get out again and put someone else in the car for the final 2.
Yeah, of course, and that will be... Who else will actually be in that car? I wonder who will take over from...
Turka Hakkinen, if TeamSpeak's anything to go by.
Yeah.
He's the only other driver who's been with him in the race so far. But it is the car is named after Michi Hoyo, so maybe he's just going to do the whole season and just forget about the disqualifications anyway. I doubt it, but you never know. Kamil Naoui has... Sorry,
it's 70% of the laps, not the time. So that's something else to keep in mind should there be a number of core dailies in the second part of the race.
That's true. That is true. But as a general rule, if he's still in there with an hour and 36 to go, I'm going to be nervous. Put it that way, because that's 70% of the time. So he'll want to be out before then, because I think he will be, because his fuel won't take him that far anyway. Kamil Naoui is close to Tobias Hoffman then. This is the closest battle out there on the circuit with the absence of those hypercars now. 6th place it is, and Hoffman will hang on again in that Mercedes on the way down towards turn 5 as Naoui scraps for any point he can get in that 3rd place Blackhawk car. 3rd place standings, I should say.
Yeah, every point is important, especially when it may come well down to the final race at Le Mans. Look at that timing tower on the left. Look at how many of the LMH cars are now in.
Well, all of them nearly. Top 4 all in, and that's pretty much sorts out the cycle, actually. Hoyo now 23 seconds ahead of the Go Team car, which is worth noting, but we'll check in with them once they've come out again to note where they have all come out. Abe Millward has jumped into YouTube chat again. Good to hear from you again, asking whether Michi Hoyo has his own team now. Well, not necessarily. First G-Sport unfortunately folding at the end of 2023 meant that there was a sort of space in VEC now, and they've changed name. They've kept the number 4, but they've changed name to Michi Hoyo 10 Sim Racing, MH10 Sim Racing Team, to give them their official title. So that's why we keep referencing that. but it does make up that it is somewhat the same team. I know it's not got the same sort of infrastructure around it, but it is the same drivers at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, and of course, with having at least half a season under belts, you already know how to work together and what each driver likes and so on. So look at this battle for sixth position now. Noy up the inside, perhaps at turn 1 of Hoffman. And indeed, that Blackwell car inches ahead is up into 6th position in class.
Oh my word, that was Hoyer, wasn't it? Overtaking off the road. You can get in trouble for that sometimes. And one of the Go Team cars getting very close to Hoffman as well, down on the brakes there. They'll slalom their way between the two, but that was Hoyer overtaking on the grass there. One of the lap cars. I wonder whether that will get any discussion from others, because overtakes of actual positions are definitely frowned upon off the road, but lapping, maybe there'll be some discussion there as well.
Yeah, there could well be, and that is something to see if it happens in the future. No, though, doing a good job actually extending that gap from Hoffman already over half a second as the prototype traffic ducks and weaves between these two cars.
As is custom at this stage in the race, so with the carousel they'll go. Come on, they ahead of Tobias Hoffman in this 6th position, and they will keep it that way now too, with the way that they're running through the kink. They'll go. They're on their own, and he seems to have a little bit more speed at this.
Do you think
stage,
the
that may well be
only
settled for now.
changing
Still 2 hours 40
the
to
front
go
left
in this
to
race, and the
hard
cups
and
are
rest mediums
almost
works? The
over.
wear seems to
Very
be
happy
really
to say
similar
goodbye
to
this time round.
mediums.
Peter
Hard
Burlak is
and
the
rest
driver at
mediums
the wheel this
works.
time
The
around. We'll
wear
wait
seems to
for a
be
little
really
while
similar
for
to
race clutch to come in
mediums.
yet, because they've not yet taken advantage of a Code 80. But they've not had a chance to do so in the recent past. In fact, they've not passed the pit lane a single time during any of the 3 Code 80s so far. That's how unlucky in that respect they've been.
Or identical.
And yeah, sometimes it's just the way it happens, and sometimes it just doesn't fall your way. But Burlak, as he said, at the wheel of that race clutch car now, 41 seconds ahead of the Simpson car. So a nice healthy lead there for Burlak, but of course, not something that you can
hard
really let off of the throttle.
front
For
left
at
and
the
right
moment,
would
because you just never know when you're going to have an
work
incident with
better.
one of the cars that you're lapping.
Left and right would
Yeah, so Burlak just in that rhythm at the moment, trying to extend the lead from 40 seconds, which it is currently, and he's got lower fuel on board. He'll probably be able to do that as well in the not too distant future. Now in LMP2, Team Iris are still leading, and it's not by the gap that it was before, it's by an even bigger one than that. Alex Siebel now has seen the gap grow to nearly 10 seconds to Felix Neuberger just up in front of him, and that is a concern now for Scuderia Ferrari Esports. They're 1 and 2 in the championship, but as of right now, that gap is going to come down from 19 points to just 14 points, and Team Iris are going to take a whole lot of heart and a whole lot of momentum from this performance so far.
Yeah, and you want to really begin swinging that momentum towards you, as we've got 4 races to go, including this one. We've got Road America, then Sebring, then Imola, then track called Le Mans. I'm not sure if we've raced there before.
I can't remember how many years in a row it is now. Many is the answer to that, I think. But where was it? Was it season 7, the first 24, 6, or maybe 5, somewhere around that sort of time. It's been a long time at Le Mans now for the traditional finale, and we'll be back there again for 1.5 times points at the end as well. Unfortunately, last season Le Mans was rather well, the championship positions anyway were rather settled really when we got to Le Mans last year, and it was unfortunate really that we didn't see a little bit more in that respect. The championship leaders, in fact, on most occasions in the last couple of seasons have stayed the same. However, we did see a great fight in LMP2 a couple of seasons ago. I don't know if you remember this, but Waveframe Esports and Racing Team, as they were called then, finished on the exact same amount, or not the exact same amount of points, but just a few points apart. And if Racing Team had gained one single position, they would have tied the points with Wakefield, and because they'd have won 4 of the 6 races that season, Racing Team would have won the title. But despite the fact they won 2/3 of the races that season, they didn't win the title.
And that was particularly, well, I won't quite say a problem, that was something else to think of when there were only as few races as 6 in that season. As you said, that allows a lot fewer opportunities to actually have a bad race, if you like. The fact we've got so many now, is it 9 I think there was this season, that allows you to have at least 1 or 2 bad races and still be with a chance of the championship.
Yeah, biggest since season 13 when we had 9 races, but we have had more than 8 or 9 in seasons gone past. I think remember season 5 was a particularly long one. Yeah, 10 races that season, although less hours in those races. So it evens out roughly. Let's go back to Hypercar again. Now we've been giving a lot of airtime to them recently, but Mitty Hoyer is being reeled in by Moritz Mell all of a sudden. There's some real bizarre strategy things going on in Hypercar. The 4 from 4th to 7th were all in a line not so long ago. Now they're covered by 45 seconds. What is that all about?
Yeah, that's really interesting as well. 45 seconds, that gap appears to have appeared out of nowhere. Hoyer here is second ahead of Moritz Mell at the moment, but no, certainly gained that time. If something like that happens one more time, catching a GT car at the wrong time.
It's the pit stops really that have created this, but I still don't understand quite why. If I'm honest with you, there were clearly some different things ongoing in that respect. We'll see whether the 2 behind will begin to close in, and it doesn't even make sense with the 2 behind because they're separated by 10 seconds. That doesn't make sense either. But either way, we'll just focus on this battle for what it is. That's Mitty Hoyer going very wide into Canada corner, and Moritz Mell will close in as a result of this. How long is it going to take him to work his way through on this position?
Here we go, using all the slipstream possible, coming along the start-finish straight to one of the many big braking zones here at Road America. But 7 tenths of a second back, 8 tenths of a second, just a little bit too far back in order to make a move. Well, I say that, but not with that attitude. You can always make a move from as far back as you like. It's the question of whether it will be successful.
Yes, and whether your attitude's right, of course. And whether the other person stays on the road as well, which is sometimes a defining factor. But on that occasion...
You don't want to go sailing past the inside 100 kilometres an hour faster. No.
Exactly. So Mitty Hoyer will get the rub of the green in terms of traffic, and it will get it very nice actually. Moritz Mell won't be anywhere near on the way into the middle sector on this occasion. So he will be back ahead again, or staying ahead I should say, and be putting that margin between himself and Mell for the near future. But he's been under pressure, no doubt about that, in the last few laps. They've been reeled in, but with 2.5 hours to go, this is the closest battle on the circuit. As you can see, these Code 80s, the incidents, the difficulty of Road America has really spread out the field so far. And I'm sort of wondering as well whether we're going to get maybe a closer finish than we've had in the history of races around here at Road America. We raced for 2 hours longer than this event, for 8 hours at Road America back in season 14 around here, and it ended up being just 14 seconds between Nigel Velix and Seawolf as it was that year in the DPIs. I wonder whether we're going to see a closer finish this time around or not. It would be pretty impressive to get closer than that, realistically.
But it appears that Hoyer's faster, that gap up to 2 seconds now. So as this battle is now for third position as cars come into the pits. But yeah, it appears that perhaps that number 4 car is slightly faster at this point in the race.
The traffic has helped out there, no doubt. And it's created the gap that we're currently seeing in the race. There's Hoyer at 73 seconds off the lead in the field now. out through turn 5. So, just to give you an idea of who is where in the other classes, the closest gap in LMP2 is this one between Felix Neuberger and those he's just come out behind. 3.5 seconds behind Corentin Pointeau at this stage, and Bottas Stoltz as well in the 4th position. And then in GT3, Denis Zitak is closing in to just 1.8 seconds behind Roy de Munich in the Monaco Porsche. That's the 3rd driver we've seen in that car today, as far as I can work out. And so that's the closest battle in GT3 as well. So it's not all in hypercar. There are some closes happening in other classes as well, but no immediate battles for us to look at here. This one probably being the closest. I'd imagine Denis Zitak is the one working his way forward at this stage. He's often running quite long and has taken advantage of the Code 80s so far in this race to slightly offset themselves from the visceral cars, certainly, who are 1 and 2.
Indeed, that is the case. We've seen how fast that Black Hawk car is so far, so hopefully we might see a battle soon between the Monaco car and the Black Hawk, as you said just a few seconds ago, and you can just see that Monaco car in the foreground there. Perhaps you'll see it in the background here, and it is that GT car directly ahead is the one that Zitak is trying to chase down.
We've just had, quite a few moments ago, had a penalty for Martin Mergley in the hypercar class. So that's dropped him down to 5th place in the field now, behind Moritz Mel and Michi Hoyer. I don't actually know what it was for. I'm guessing speeding in the pit lane. But I feel like it was before the stops when he got the penalty. I can't remember entirely though. But he's taken his drive through anyway. That's put him down to 5th place now, and he's got some work to do on a day that looks like it could be damage limitation to that gap in the lead of hypercar. He's got a drive-through penalty, and that's only making their situation worse.
So here we go with Martin Merkley. We're having a look. I'm not sure if it was speeding, because I don't recall it coming in. Oh no, sorry, it came with that raft of the top 4, I think it was in the LMH class, didn't it?
No, it has been in, definitely, but why it's got a penalty is what I'm not sure about. Because I'm not sure, did it get that penalty before it came into the pit lane or after? I'm not sure. Or during, even.
Not sure, it's a good question, yeah.
Nick De Silva thinks that he sped because it came up as soon as he exited the pit lane on the stream, according to him.
Yeah.
So, still can't work out why everyone's speeding on the exit of pit lane, but it's happened at least twice. Maybe Mergley became the 3rd to do it during that last cycle, but it doesn't get any less bizarre the more that we see it. It really doesn't. Well, in GT3, Denis Zitak is closing in on this Monaco Porsche for 2nd position. So, looks like we really will have a battle here, and Roy de Munic's going to have some defending to do.
Yeah, so 7/10 of a second coming around the carousel. You've got these prototypes trying to sweep round the outside of the GT class cars, and indeed that gap is halved from about a lap ago or so. Coming through the kink, and Zitak, that flat out right-hander, use as much of the track as you dare before you start kicking up too much dust. And coming down towards Canada corner, the 400, 300, 200, 100 markers there on the right-hand side of the circuit. On the inside, up there on the catch fence, you can see the one out the car actually going pretty wide there on the exit. Yeah,
it's certainly a car under pressure at the moment. By the way, one of the visceral cars has entirely disappeared from our top 8. I'm hoping it's not a DNF for any reason. It's the 58 still leading, but where's the other one in the field is a good question at this stage, because they were running 1 and 2. The 66 car's now just 9th place, so it's actually only just behind Deuce's Motorcycle, so very close to being in 8th place, and maybe getting back to where it was on our screen in the left-hand side. So nothing to worry about there. It seems to be scheduled pit stops for them, but certainly splash and dash still required for Visceral. Whether it will matter or not is another question, because I believe they have stopped and they're still in the lead.
Yeah, 18 seconds that gap, but if Zetak gets past this one Agro car, that gap would start to reduce, because as I said earlier, we've seen how fast this Blackhawk car is round Road America, but you've got
Box,
LMP2 car
box.
coming up the inside there, and this is a nose to tail battle for 8th position.
Well, Magnus Borre finding his way down the
Box.
inside now of Dylan Clarke, who's at the wheel of the 73 Deuces car now. And so through he goes. Ruben Carrera-Alves also reminding us that
Oh, very good pace.
66 just came out the pit lane.
You
so,
even a little closer to Hyperion.
the end. Carl Magnus Borre is now
I must be
into
doing
that position. It is
doing
no
some
problem
mega
yet.
saving.
What a gap between the Bissell
Saving
teams
or
now.
something, I don't know.
Wonder what different
I must be doing
service they
some
took
mega
on
saving.
during that last pit stop, but
Saving or something,
either
I
way,
don't know.
the gap very big, especially considering the other one still leading the race.
And coming down towards turn 5, Borre holding on to that position as it's a big slide there for the Jesus car on that's pretty much throttle application, wasn't it?
Surprising, really, as I said earlier, considering these, well, there's traction control, but these things do happen. So Carl Magnus Borre has found his way through, and he should find his way up down the road very soon as well. Dennis Zetak hasn't been able to do the same though. He's still behind Roy de Munich at this stage. Prototype still passing. Wonder when the chance is going to come here for second position, because right now Zetak hasn't been able to find his way through. There's currently third position in the field, and as of right now that would bring the margin in the championship down to 29 points between themselves and Thomas Enger Sim Racing, but that's still a fairly sizable advantage for the team that weren't able to take the start today.
But yeah, as you said, it was what, a 50-point gap the Enger Sim Racing car had. So that's over a race. So you know they could almost, so they were almost safe-ish from not being able to participate in this race. But of course, that allows them essentially less opportunity to have a bad race in the remaining 3.
Ruben Carrera-Alves just made me feel a whole lot better about the situation, because he said that the GTs have essentially sped over 4 pit cycles now. One pit cycle for each Code 80 and another one for those who haven't stopped under any Code 80s at all. And he said at the end that even they, Scuderia Leone, are not sure where they're going to end up. So again, what chance do we stand at all? Absolutely none. Is the answer to that. It's a complicated situation, and it's one of those situations where you've just got to keep your head down and control the controllables, which is, of course, control your own race, and then the result itself will come.
Yep, and you can only, as you say, control so many factors in your own race, and you've just got to hope the factors for everyone else allows you to have a good finish. But look at this, Zetak now under 0.3 of a second. Right up there under the rear wing of the one Aqua car now.
Yep, he is. Into Bill Mitchell bend for these two. And the final corner now as well. Roy de Munich is a little bit fast on the way in. Zetak trying to get the run on the way out, and that was a much better line through the final turn from him. He's got to try and get alongside here before the LMP2s, and now he does.
There we go, yeah.
So he's done it just in time. The Valacorsa car will go through, and there will be space for the Netrex car to go through as well, but Zetak couldn't afford to get caught behind the Porsche and boxed in there. He didn't manage that. He brakes late enough into turn 1, and he takes second place as well. And the fact that the LMP2 goes past the two of them on the way down towards turn 3 prevents a retaliation from Monaco as well. So a perfect situation for Blackhawk, and they're up to second place.
Yeah, what I think actually happened there is the LMP2 car let off the throttle when he saw those two were going to be side by side coming down to turn 1 in order to essentially not force the issue and make it 3 wide and cause an issue there. So a little bit of heads up driving there from the prototype driver, as here comes the Monaco car on the rebound, perhaps on the inside of turn 5 coming up towards turn 6.
Didn't quite happen. Looks for the inside, couldn't find it on that occasion. Bit of a slip down the outside there from Race Clutch as they find their way through. That is Petter Burlak finding his way through, weaving left and right, but he still leads the race by around 52 seconds in this one. That was a bit of a dive down the inside. from Gilsinski, isn't it? In the well, it's not actually him anymore. It's Janssen Binz in the Seawolf car. Previously a Valla Corsa driver, I believe, last season. They're no longer in the top class. Seawolf still are, and they've taken on Janssen Binz. They're currently 7th position. Meanwhile, for 3rd, the gap is not that large anymore. Moritz Mel once again has tried to catch up to Michi Hoyer and has sort of done so, but he's never really been close enough for a move yet.
A 6/10 of a second is close enough to make a move, perhaps, should the opportunity arise. But coming around turn 3 there, I think it was, then down towards 4 and 5. Now underneath the pedestrian bridge. And 6/10 of a second back. We'll get a little bit of a slipstream, but we'll need to have a little bit of luck, or indeed close that gap over a few laps in order to start making a move on that MH10 car. And well, things like that could help. You see how wide Hoy went there actually at turn 5.
Yeah, but again, he's always able to find a lap car to put between himself and Moritz Mel in the traffic, and that's the real problem. What Mel really needs is a lot of traffic that get in the way of Hoyer, and they're sort of forced to be jammed together almost in the fight for 3rd place. That's what he needs here. He can't really afford to continue at this distance. The fact that at 30 seconds behind Simfrey Esports might be a bit of a concern as well as far as this whole race goes. You've got to remember that Race Clutch now are the only ones to have not pitted under a code 80. All the others are on that strategy where
Also
they have
true,
done.
yeah.
So to be 29 seconds behind someone on effectively the same strategy as you is never an encouraging sign.
And that gap may increase should Mel and Hoyer get into a battle, because obviously that will slow you down as well.
Exactly. So it could increase. 4 seconds back to Winchick Racing now, who are trying to close in. Haniewski started that car. It's Martin Mergley currently at the wheel. Good to see at Daytona a return to the VEC for Marcel Cinchik, the season 13 champion with Varga Sim Racing. He's he said to me actually after that race that he'd like to do more VEC, but just doesn't know when he'd be able to, if at all, for the remainder of the season. Clearly this one was not one of those in his plans. Been visiting Poland this past week, the past few days of this last week anyways. Flying home today, but he might well still be in the air, or maybe it's still at an airport somewhere. So not racing on this occasion for Winchick Racing Team. Slightly bizarre that he'd race in a team that almost bears his name, but anyway. Michi Hoyer is driving a car that actually does bear his name, so maybe it's not that unusual at all for some of these drivers. Anyway, I've noticed as well, Go Team Racing have added CMT to the start of their name. I'm not sure what that stands for, to be honest, for them. I don't remember that being the thing at Daytona.
That is a good point. I'm not exactly sure. Here we go. Yeah, it appears to be at least a semi-sponsor of some description.
I'm not sure what it's for exactly, but there we are.
The Centre for Manufacturing Technology.
Okay.
According to their Facebook page, so I presume that's correct.
Oh, well, there you go.
According to Go Team Racing's Facebook page, so I presume that's correct.
Yeah, I'm going to guess they've got it right. I'll trust them on that one. So yeah, fair play. Title sponsor of the team, and they're doing okay as a result as well. Maybe they've changed livery slightly as a result. I don't know, but anyway, they're inside the top 5 with the number 17 car right now. Their other car down in 6th at the moment, still with a chance though of maybe a double top 5 again. Still not able to find a way to get on terms with Michi Hoyer here. There's a gap still very obvious between the two at this stage in the race, and so they're on a podium at the moment on debut. But said earlier on, Michi Hoyer has got to get out of that car at some point, and we've got to presume that Turka Hakkinen is going to be the one to take that one over. In fact, he's now muted in Team Speed. I wonder whether he's just absent for the next few moments. He's just preparing himself maybe for this near 2-hour stint which he'll take to the flag.
Yeah, it won't be too long when compared to what their teammate is done, will it?
He won't. No,
But
doing less than half probably of
yeah, so
Hoyer's stint.
indeed, Morsville falling back a little bit now, 1.8 seconds. So perhaps again that time just due to traffic hindering Hoy a little bit, but it's now starting to fall back as the traffic starts to dissipate a touch.
One of the Blackhawk cars into the pit lane from GT3. Not too many fights down there at this stage either, to be honest. In the field, the field, especially lower down, is really quite spread out. We do have 3 retirements down on at the back of the field, but some of those at the back of the field are a long way back. For example, the 72 RKT competition car that was crashed by Johan Kurjan at the kink earlier on, now driven by Jean Couton, is 8 laps off the leader in GT3, 2 laps off the next car as well. And 8 laps off the leader in LMP2 is the 28 Netrex car, which disconnected immediately from the start, and they're into the pit lane as well. So not only that did they disconnect from the early point of this race, but they also lost one of their wheels earlier on too. So it's been a bit of a disaster for Netrex so far.
Yeah, I would suggest having 4 wheels is helpful when it comes to good lap times.
It is generally advisable.
But that's just me.
Yeah, it's certainly recommended. And they pull into the pit lane now, take on some service. So we're at this stage, and normally you get this stage anyway, actually, nearly 4 hours in to a 6-hour race. But even so, we're at a stage in this race now with so many Code 80s having come and gone in the past that everybody is pitting at a different time. Sometimes in these races you see very much cycles with it, with the LMP2s coming in first, then hypercars generally, then GT3s due to the length of time they can stay out on one tank of fuel. But other than that,
yeah,
it is the Code 80s that split things apart. The fact we've had 3 means that everyone is pitting all of the time, and it's a pretty constant stream of 1 or 2 cars on pit lane.
Alex Siebel in the Scuderia Ferrari esports car in the lead of the LMP2 standings at the moment, and will extend that lead today. The question is by how much, when the checkered flag falls, will that lead be extended by? But yes, coming around the carousel and then down towards the kink, and indeed this Ferrari esports car really has been, well, the car to beat throughout the entire season in the LMP2 class.
Yes, they have, and that is good news for them. So, leader into the pit lane now for race clutch. Berta Burlak, I was waiting for that actually. 2 hours 14 remaining. And where is it going to put them back? This is why I'm interested in it. They were just in 7th place off the back of the real train that we were seeing for 2nd place earlier on. But with that train split apart, where are race clutch going to come out? Are they going to be in the middle of it? Are they still going to be at the back? Are they going to come out ahead of all of them? I really don't understand or really know where they'll be.
That's a good point, and as you keep on saying, race clutch is the only one, if you like, on this alternate strategy. But having with Christian Malguera in the Simfin car coming around the final corner now, we'll see where that race clutch car comes out. I imagine it might be, if it doesn't come out the pits already, I think the race clutch car maintains the lead.
Wow. Did they even stop? I mean, they must have done.
Yeah, they came up in the pit graphic, and that gap was a minute, and you now definitely see it's less than that, because coming down towards turn 5 now is that race clutch car. And yeah, we saw Malguera come down towards turn 1 less than a minute ago, so it has been in the pits for what is most likely, I think, just a fuel stop.
Well, yeah, what I mean, I know they've been in the pit lane. What I mean is, did they only drive through, or did they actually come to a rest and stop? Because I didn't see. We generally don't look at people in the pit lane because there's not a lot happening.
8 seconds the gap now, so that's what, 50 seconds lost, which definitely suggests a full pit stop.
True, yeah, true. So, Race Clutch have clearly made this work. Have they taken on a little bit less fuel maybe on this occasion, and have short filled in that respect? Not taking tyres? I don't know, but they're still in the lead, and they're looking good for this race win. I mean, they've been quick so far. They've been leading for a lot of this race. I know some of that's been down to strategy, but nevertheless, they've been been in a good place so far.
Yeah, race Clarke's car maintaining the lead even with that extra pit stop, where if you like the disadvantage as well of not pitting under a cold area. We've got to see if they have to make a splashing dash at some point. 2 hours 11 to go, which would make it 2 more stops from here.
Yep, 2 more for race coach. But oh, off the road, one of the Ferraris off the road just in the background there of turn 8. So there we go. Round the outside for one of the LMP2s and through for another as it's back for 3rd place. Continues. There's a look up the inside of the kit. That would have been extremely brave.
Yep, you can go side by side through there, but it requires a lot of compliance from both cars.
They didn't get that at that moment, and that's to be expected as well. So this is a fight for 3rd place. Matteo Panci trying to get his way past the Monaco car of Roy de Munich, and unfortunately for Monaco, it's not been a great stint here. They've not only been overtaken by Black Hawk, but they've now lost 8.5 seconds to them as well.
So here comes the Sim Freem car, perhaps trying to gain a little bit of time, 0.3 of a second on that Monaco car. Now coming down towards turn 1, a little bit too far back for a move, I believe. As I look at all this, oh, you've got that LMH car coming up the inside now, and yeah, these you know, when it comes to these GT3 battles, the prototypes really have a big impact on these battles, just because they can put their nose somewhere. As yeah, it looks like it's side by side now.
It's Hyperion squeezing past. They're the 3rd placed LMP2 car, and now Matteo Panci will be through. So it was a good exit from turn 3, and now they're up into position number 3 for Sim Freem Esports, and that was fairly slam dunk in the end. The leader in LMP2 is now into the pit lane, and I'm very interested to see where Felix Neuberger can get back into the lead again, because it was surprising to get them in the lead last time.
Yeah, so got to see how this pans out. 57 seconds the gap, and well, the race coach had about a minute gap, and it came out about 8 seconds ahead. So I have a feeling that Neuberger may stay in the 2nd position, unless it's a full service.
Well, exactly. That's the difficulty here. Into the final corner. Neuberger trails in the wake of the Geeks Energy car. Now, is Alex Siebel already rolling? Yes, he is. So then, I think Iris are just going to go through, and at the bottom of your screen, wait for it, there they go. So through go Iris, Alex Siebel not that far away. This is going to be a close race in LMP2.
So here we go. Alex Siebel 9 seconds back from this Team Iris car, and as we said before, this Ferrari car is the team to beat in the LMP2 class. Can that gap be closed over the course of the next 2 hours 8 minutes?
That's the big question. 9 seconds is actually, yeah, even bigger actually than what we saw before. Dear me. Well, wasn't expecting quite this, but Team Iris are having a wonderful day so far. There they are in the lead of this race with 2 hours and 8 minutes remaining in this one. In traffic with the other, or one of the other class leaders in GT3 just ahead of them. Now, Petr Birlek is leading the way here. I want to check some lap times here very shortly, because I was guessing earlier on as to, did they short fill? Did they not take tyres? How did they get into the race lead with this situation that they're in here? 8.6 seconds the margin. Last time around they lost half a second. I mean, it doesn't suggest to me that short fueling in that case. That suggests to me no tyres.
Yeah.
That's an interesting call. I would have thought if they were going to do anything here, maybe short fill these final 3 stints into sort of 3 stops with slightly shorter fuel loads rather than going for 1 splash and dash at the end, but maybe they're doing something a little bit different. A double stint now, and then maybe tyres next time around, then a double stint to the end.
Yeah, I would say this. Or, as you said with Splash and Dash, maybe hoping there's enough code 80 in order to avoid that possibility. But no, I think what you suggested there with changing tyres next time in, I should say rather, is most likely going to be the option taken. As there's that battle for 6th position in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, there is. I wasn't expecting to see that necessarily. Quentin Pointeau is not so far behind Luca Martino in the Arms Cyber car. Which, I don't think he's long out the pit lane actually, the Arms Cyber car. So if they've got a fresh set of tyres on, then they will be pretty quick at this stage too. The car just behind Pointeau is not for position, but it looks to be, is it the on-off racing car maybe? Not sure. Maybe they're out actually, the on-off racing car. The number 26 car. No, it's Gold Racing Esports, excuse me, the only LMP2 to be out of the race so far. Something we've not really touched on so far actually. 38 points off the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car, leading the way currently in the field. And they're out of the race, Gold Racing Esports, after bringing out that first Code 80, or the second one of the early ones anyway, with a very big accident.
Yeah, and as you said, over 30 points back, which means over a full race win back as well. So that's a fairly big gap, especially when you've only got 3 races to go.
Certainly is. But one of those 1.5 times points, of course, so 3.5 times races to go, I guess. I don't know. Back for 6th place, we'll rumble on down to turn 5, but Corentin Pointeau nowhere near close enough for a move on this occasion into turn number 6. So we'll have to do some closing here. Speaking of doing some closing, Alex Siebel's brought it down briefly to 7.7 seconds, now up to 8.3. It's teetering on the edge of closing there at the front of the field, and Pointeau won't be able to do it on that occasion. The Visceral car not helping him particularly into turn 7.
Down into through turn 7, through 8 and up towards the carousel. But yes, Christian Pontoon, this RFRO car coming through the carousel. And look how close it is to the rear wing of the car in front. So the thing is, once you get that close, you start getting too much dirty air, and that actually hurts you through corners like the carousel, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's sort of a different way of thinking, really. If you do want to get close to try and make the move, but especially in these downforce cars, you can't afford to be too close in the end. So into the final corner, a bit wide actually through there, and Pointeau will lose even more time. He'll be more than a second behind the Armed Cyber car for 6th position here as he goes over the line again. And this is where you start getting into the danger of getting traffic in sort of a different way to what the driver in front of you does. And there's a close moment with one of the Porsches for Pointeau, and one that Luca Martino probably didn't have to negotiate quite in the same way. Meanwhile, Janssen Bins has been closing in to Cosmo Pituto. Bins was so good in the Valle Corsa car, and ironically he passes their LMP2 right now. He's doing it again now for Seawolf in the slipstream now of Go Team Racing, currently holding on to 6th position.
So here we go, coming underneath that banner and down into turn 3, and as you said, in that position for 6th this battle, yes. And then coming down towards turn 5 though now, 3 tenths of a second only. The gap, so Janssen Bins can certainly make a move, and perhaps looking a little towards the inside there, but not making a move this time around in that number 5 car.
Not on this occasion. Battle for 6th will continue, and be traffic free for the moment as well through Corvette, and now the very fast right-hander at turn 7 as well. Downhill braking zone for turn 8. Another switch to the left this time for Janssen Bins. Under the bridge again and through the carousel. again, no traffic to deal with, and this is a place where they really do want to be in terms of this battle. Sometimes it provokes opportunities, of course, traffic, but sometimes you just want a bit of clear running and really use the speed of this fan more instead of being slowed down by those around you in other classes of car. Now down in towards Canada corner. Bit wide actually from Cosmo Pasuto on that occasion. Ripping to a bend. And there will soon be a chance for Janssen Bintz, I would imagine. We're just coming up to 2 hours to go here of the 6 hours of Road America here this afternoon. I've been with you for the first 4 hours, but it's now time for me to take my leave from the commentary box. Video Hitley will stay with you for the remaining 2 hours, but we'll be joined by Hugo Barrault, who will be here for the final couple of hours as well. Welcome to the booth, Hugo. Good to have you with us again on another round of the Virtual Endurance Championship. We're looking forward to a good 2 hours to end off. I'll leave you guys with it and enjoy the final 120 minutes of round 6 of the championship.
Well, thank you for the kind introduction, and it does seem like it's been quite an exciting race so far. Of course, we're watching Janssen Bintz at the moment, and that's given me a little bit of excitement to start off this stint with us. Off the road in the background there, Janssen Bintz does take the position. Shooter, though, just about holding on there, so not really given much time to settle in, and we're already underway with some pretty close racing.
Yeah, Go Team car just appeared to slide on for the apex, the exit of turn 5, and that allowed the CO Net Race car up the inside to make that move and go up into 6th position as they're speeding around the outside of that GT3 car through the carousel, using all of that downforce the LMP2 cars the LMH cars have over the GT3 cars in order to be able to hang it around the outside through that incredibly fast corner.
Yeah, it's a very fast corner, and also it seems to go on forever. Of course, the radius is over, it's more than a 180-degree turn, I think, so they're really right on the edge for quite a long time. Not very good for the tyres, I wouldn't have thought. You can see there the effect of traffic around this track already. Once again, it's quite narrow, and you're turning for most of the time, believe it or not. And that's making it quite hard, it seems, for some of these guys to navigate the GTs, who are obviously a lot slower at these fast corners. But as you're saying, yeah, the carousel, just using that downforce to get through, and it is really a big advantage to these LMH cars. Right at the top there, they have just so much more grip around this circuit. But it does mean that if you get stuck behind the GT, you do begin to lose a lot of time.
And you can see in these cars now, the headlights are coming on. Myself and you were talking about this earlier, whether we'd actually get to darkness. And considering we've got 2 hours to go and the headlights are on, I think the last part of this race will be in darkness.
Yeah, that could be quite interesting. Could add an extra dynamic. This circuit doesn't really have any track lighting to speak of, so it's going to be all on those headlights. I hope they're all working.
Yeah, it loves to
for
go.
these drivers. I'm just thinking the way the sun sets around this track, there's not really too many moments where they'll be driving straight into the sun, perhaps after turn 1. So that's not going to be too much of a problem. But of course, that sun, when it's blazing through your windshield, can make visibility a little bit of an issue, and just make picking out those apexes and reacting to what the other drivers are doing a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and especially when we've seen already so far through the race how hectic it can get with traffic at some points of some points in the circuit.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's quite a packed circuit. It's not the longest track in the world. I think it's only about 4 miles long, so 6.5 kilometers, and that means that you can find yourselves bunching up. I believe there's still about 40 or so cars, in fact more than that, still driving around on the circuit, so that's going to add an extra level to managing all of that traffic. And yeah, as you said, bunching up, it can cost you time. If you're perhaps trying to get a fast lap in on an overcut lap with your pit stop,
Indeed,
you find yourself in traffic, that can be quite disastrous. But at the moment, everything seems to be fairly tame out on the circuit. Of course, 4 hours in, you'd expect everyone to have at least spread out a little bit.
Yeah, and we saw some areas there. If you're like coming around the kink, for example, especially with the difference between the LMH cars and the GT3 cars, you really don't get that much of a indication that you're going to run up on them, especially in the dark.
Yeah, it is a bit of a blind turn, especially with the elevation around this track as well. It does mean seeing what's far ahead is a little bit more difficult. And as you said, in the dark, that can perhaps that might be a thing that might catch these drivers out a little bit later on. So I'll have to keep on toes for that as they head back up the hill through this relatively slow section of the track, through that left-hander and then into the right-hander there, and keeping it right out onto the curb. Another thing about this track as well is if you extend a little bit too far, it's pretty much just grass, apart from the one of the few bits of runoff that we see as I make that point. There's a lot of grass everywhere. If you try and take liberties with these track limits, it's not going to end well for you. And that's something we've seen as well a little bit throughout the course of this race, trying to go side by side, getting pushed a little bit too far, hitting the grass and just losing all semblance of grip. So that's something that these drivers are really having to contend with as well.
Having got this battle for 6th position in the LMP2 class, 1.2 seconds separates Poncho here, who we are looking at, and the car in 6th position, which is Luca Martino in the number 41 Arm Cyber car.
Yeah, they're fairly close, just 2 seconds apart at the moment as they head along the pit straight. You can see up ahead, sparking all the way down, clearly running quite a low suspension setup. Looking at the laps that they've just set, it seems that the ball is in the Arms Cyber Court, the number 41 there, about a second quicker on that last lap. But of course, that's going to ebb and flow depending on traffic, and we'll see what Corentin Pointeau is able to achieve over the course of this lap. See if he can get some of that ground that he's looking, if he wants to take that 6th position.
So here comes Poncho through turn 5, accelerating up, and indeed this is one of the blind corners that you were talking about when it becomes dark, where it's difficult to see. Turn 6, the braking zone there is pretty much on the crest of the hill.
Yeah, it's going uphill as well, as it reduces those braking zones as well. So you're not really given, you're given even less time to sort of think about what's coming up, as you're losing speed that much quicker, and that's just going to add a little bit more to the concentration job of these guys. Of course, they won't have been racing the whole 4 hours that have gone so far of this race, but they'll definitely be getting into the swing of things. And it's when you're into the swing of things, that's when you've got to be most careful, because the unexpected will take you even more by surprise, because you're just driving around doing the same thing over and over. Something gets thrown into the mix, you've got to be able to react and not let yourself get too content with where you are, and just keeping that awareness throughout the whole course of the race. But for the moment at least, it's seeming quite light, albeit a little bit overcast. I don't think we're going to see any rain though.
No, we were talking about this earlier, well, considering how overcast it was, whether there was going to be some rain in the area, but no, it just looks like it's a cloudy day at Road America. I don't think there is going to be any rain. It would actually been the first time in a while that we would have seen rain here in the VEC.
Yeah, we have been fairly fortunate with the way weather has turned out. I think going to America in the period where the European tracks tend to be most watery has probably played a part in that. But as you said, we've not had much rain at all, and I wonder if perhaps the teams are sort of played a part in that. But as you said, we've not had much rain at all, and I wonder if perhaps the teams are sort of
5 laps to go.
Yeah, connecting.
5 laps to go.
Yeah, connecting. track is 14 now.
Oh my god, Shaun. $84 liters, hard FL and medium, medium, medium. Good to go. Onks this lap? box.
Great stint.
Oh, thanks.
So, yeah, there will be around 20 minutes at the end.
Yeah.
But it'll be fine.
Stay as much as you can. No, tired.
I'll try to save it.
But
And I should try it a lot.
still, if it drops off for a few laps, it's not a disaster.
Mm.
Well, bring it home.
Thanks. Ty vole! What the fuck?
Space in there.
Yeah, we'll have to nurse that tire. I need at least 30% before the last. so far.
Very good.
At turn 5. Code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Any info about where's the car?
It was turn 5.
Which is 5th?
Sorry about that. That was Division 2 Marshal that came into Division 1 server and called Code 80. Sorry about that. We are going back to green in 10 seconds. So that's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. And I have banned the Division 2 Marshal.
Well, maybe you're tired for a couple corners.
Oh my god. Fuck!
Oh, well.
What the fuck is this guy doing? Skater. Equally. Yeah, but the code came on the worst. Whoa. There's a hypercar which spawned in front of me. I came code for the worst corner on the tire, so good for us, I guess. still I say.
half a percent same with the aircraft.
Track time dropping. It's 10.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Helpful.
100%. Wow. In the half of the tank.
That's looking really good.
Oh, I had 50.5 combined. The first sector.
Wow. Not fast for nursing the tires.
Finally, the pace I had in practice. Not even.
What's this lap? Do you have the pit stop set up or no tires?
No.
Ooh, that was
At least
great.
no wall.
Yeah, no wall. That's a big thing there.
I touched that grass.
Yeah, it's so easy to fly off there. Box. The 41 car is a bit of a threat. They might get to the finish without the final stop.
It's vibrating a bit. Oh my god.
Oh, too much going on.
It wasn't even for position between them. The McLarens are so slow, wow.
Ooh, slide.
Toyotas have to save the front tires. It will be harder to save it now. It's not so grippy. %, 22 laps. Shit. think 40 liters will be enough?
Yes, I've been calculating 42 would be at least very safe. Okay, with a extra lap bottle, I'll check next lap. Like 42 liters to stop. box this lap.
That's gonna be so close with that tire.
Yeah.
I hope no one will be behind us.
Yeah, it might be close with car 32 Stoltz, but car 41 will, and
They will
Irish
have
of
the
course.
same strategy, right?
Yeah,
The
32
struggle
is
too.
on the same, but 37 and 41 will overtake us. They won't be boxing anymore. Box.
%.
Yeah, well cared for the tires. Now we'll see how the dead tires go.
Hopefully just 9 laps.
03.14.
Yeah.
The last laps will be crazy.
About over 10 seconds somewhere after he stops, so a bit more safety.
The 41
Behind.
is to stop or no?
No, they won't stop. No, it's P5. P5 for us for now.
Looks like pickups.
Yeah, stay front and back.
finally. But I was practicing for the whole week, the night.
Yeah.
There was night all the time on the practice server.
Yeah.
And I practiced. Wow. That was just enough.
Still on. still above 10%.
It's starting to heat up a lot.
Yeah.
But if the reader passes me this lap, then it's the last. And he's right behind me, so it's flexing.
Oh.
For a second, I thought he will go for that in the last lap. The overall reader.
Something.
Looks like we will be on the finish photo.
Yes. Well done.
Exactly one lap behind the reader.
Well, that was a great finish.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry for my lack of skills slowing down for the first go data that cost us the P4, but
And sorry for my touching the grass.
no, that's a quick 360 and no harm done. Interesting to see what's the penalty going to be for my mistake. Wouldn't be surprised if that's a double DT or something for Sebring. But we'll see.
Finished yourself in half.
Oh, thanks for super job again with the setup and driving and everything.
Yeah, thank you too.
Really saved us today when the other guys are doing the 12 hours of Daytona on AC at the moment. Would have been difficult to prepare for two races on the same day. See if maybe there's again a seat for you in the next race if you like to.
Okay, yeah. I love Sebring.
Yeah, I mean, so is it about 7.5 hours or something like that?
Yeah.
So maybe it wouldn't be crazy to do it with four drivers either if everyone is cool with that.
Okay.
Nice. Second best finish of the season. Really good for the standings as well. Next car that was a point
Yeah,
away.
another top 5 finish.
Yeah, was where did they finish? B18 in class. Oh, we got a bit of a safety margin for keeping B6 in the standings.
Yeah, their 2P4's last stint was 45 laps. Yeah, so they had it exactly.
Yeah. Worked out well for them.
Well, if there was one more lap without the leader lapping us, it could be interesting.
Yeah.
Their last pit was 165. The finish 87. Yeah, they probably would have saved it. They did 23 the first. Yeah. Well, without Must Pen, we will finish in a lap with the winner.
Yes, came
Even
really
with a
close.
repair, that's not bad, I think.
Not at all. Not at all. And,
That's like 1 minute lost in 6 hours on Aliens.
yep. And we can be pretty happy with that.